Hello. Hello, everybody. You can hear me now, I presume. Hello. Hello. I have been talking for the last 10 minutes. I decided I wasn't gonna look at the chat. But here's what I've been doing, right? This is fucking. Of course, it happens this time, right? I didn't look at the chat. I went, oh yeah, I talked about narrative last time, and some people were unconvinced or like misunderstood me or whatever, you know. So I should talk about that before I start talking to the chat again, because otherwise I'll just totally forget. And I always forget what I was talking about last time, and I don't really talk about it again, you know, and it's just forgetting. Like, it's just going, okay, now I need to play the game, I need to, you know, do this stream. Which, you know, I always pick bad games to stream in terms of actually trying to respond to the chat, you know? So I just thought, hey, I'll try and talk a little bit more about the narrative thing from last time before getting into this stream, because I'll forget. So, so there we go. You can hear me now, can you? I've been talking for like 10 minutes now. I don't want to say all this shit again now. I was talking about narrative. But I said last time that I just think a lot of game narratives are not... They're not kind of worth the time that's spent on them, you know? And I stand by that. But like, it's hard to be... repeat everything again, yeah. What I was saying was, it's hard to be eloquent or exact in my wording when I'm streaming a game, you know, let alone Ghosts and Goblins, right? So, like, for example, I watched a little bit of the last stream back, and I think I said something like, it's important... What's important is that the story makes you feel something, right? Which is more or less how I feel. But it's not, like, exact. It's not great. It's not perfect wording. And actually, I said something kind of different to that in one of the... What was it? The second last blog post that I did on the Patreon, where I said that, you know, I appreciate themes more than emotion, because I feel like you can come back and revisit a theme over and over and get something new out of it. I haven't had my coffee, that's true. I'm having tea this morning, but I haven't had it. You can get something over and over again out of a theme, you know? Let me drink my tea here. It's getting cold already. But, you know, like, you can object to my wording about how a narrative's, or at least a large part of it, comes out of how it makes you feel, right? By going, oh, well, you know, people can manipulate you. Like Pixar films, they're manipulative, right? And like the emotion in them is manipulative. Well, if that's true, then you're probably not going to feel the emotion they're trying to evoke in the first place. And even if you do, it's not going to hold up to scrutiny, you know? I'm talking about when you watch or play something that's beautifully crafted and it makes you feel something, you know? That kind of stuff, right? Not that, like, you recognize it to be manipulative and then therefore you don't care about it anymore, you know? So, yeah. I just think a lot of game stories are very simplistic. They're just like sequences of events, right? Fictional events that happened in some other universe or something. And it's like, why do I have a reason to care about that? Because it doesn't make me think about anything. It doesn't make me feel anything. So like, it's just a bunch of stuff that theoretically could happen in this other world, you know? And like I said, in a game like Ghosts and Goblins, that can have value. It's good to know why you're doing this thing or why you're moving forward, you know? It's good that it has like a goal in, you know, that you're working towards. That's good. But it doesn't dwell on it any longer than it needs to, because it's all like, it's not really important that Arthur saves the princess, right? Or Mario saves the princess or whatever. It's not really important because this place doesn't exist. We don't have an emotional investment in it. It doesn't really mean anything, you know? It's just a reason why we're moving from one place to another, you know? So let's not dwell on that too long, because it's just an excuse for us to walk in one direction, you know what I mean? That's really all it is. I think there's a bunch of games where the narrative really should just be an excuse to walk in one direction, but it actually gets blown out into something much more time-consuming. You know? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Or something approximating that. Like, I'll probably watch this bit back and I go, oh fuck, what was I saying? You know, you just don't... Yeah. Anyway. How's everybody doing? Alright, I don't want to dwell... I said a lot more about that, but I don't want to dwell on it again. And it was probably shit anyway, so... Let's move on. Hello everybody, how y'all doing? Figured, oh yeah, another thing I forgot was I was muted. I'm pretty tired this morning, so that's one reason why I'm streaming. I'm not expecting the gameplay to be very good today. But then again, I didn't expect to be very productive at my actual job either, so I thought I'd do my moonlighting job instead. And, you know, the direct happened yesterday, so it's a good time to stream, isn't it? ActRaiser got a remake. Yeah, it looks weird. I kinda like it. Kinda like the visuals. It looks like that Shinobi game for the Saturn, which I've never played. But it looks like that, you know, like it's almost like claymation or something. I don't know. It's weird. He bought Bayonetta yesterday. I knew Bayonetta was going to show up. When I went on the eShop shortly beforehand, and Bayonetta 1 and 2 were at the front of the eShop for no particular reason. So that's when I went, okay, it's probably going to be there. Now that Bayo 3's Bayo design is revealed, which design is my favorite? I think 1 is my least favorite. Just design of Bayo, you know. I'd say 1 is probably my least favorite. I like 2 and 3 in different ways. I think it's such a stupid thing to be concerned about, but I think 2's design would be improved a lot for me. If on top of the short hair she had like a tiny little, I don't know, maybe she has this, but she had like a tiny little braid at the back of her hair, just to explain how the hair is still like... But at the same time, I mean, her hair obviously grows when she does the thing, right? So there's no reason why it can't grow when it's short. You know? Like when she does the summons, her hair obviously grows, right? So the short hair, it doesn't make that much of a difference, but I don't know. I think I would like if there was just like a little tiny hint of long hair going down her back or something like that, or something. Not really a braid, a little bit of a line, is there? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it is a little bit strange to see Bayonetta with short hair, even though I think it looks pretty nice visually. But I like the new design. I like the new design quite a lot. You know, you'd have to get used to it and see how it actually looks in game and stuff like that. But I like it. I like the little skirt kind of thing that she has. The hair is not, it's not a big thing for me. I don't care about it too much one way or the other. I'm saying I don't really like or dislike the braids. I like them more than the beehive, but probably less than the short hair. But I like the little skirt thing that she has. It's nice. I always forget that you have to crouch when he does that overhead thing. This is going to go very poorly today because this is the easiest boss, so distracted. Yeah, it looks cute. The skirt looks cute. It's by far her cutest outfit anyway. What's my overall impression of Bayo 3? Well, we might as well get into it, right? Well, first of all, I think it kind of goes without saying. I hope that the performance is better when the game actually releases. Or that there's a fucking Switch 2 or a Switch Pro or something. Because it did look kind of rough. But, you know, games are like that when they're in development. I don't think it necessarily is going to turn out that way. For the gameplay, I like that it's not just a retread of one. That's my main takeaway from it. I like that it looks like it's doing something different. It looks like it looks like it's a natural extension of, you know, some of the stuff that's been there since the first game, you know? Like, even since the very first game, she's been summoning the infernal demons, and I don't know if it's the obvious route to go, but it's definitely a route to go where you go, okay, let's make those a bigger part of the game. Like, it was never a thing for me, but I can imagine for some people, and maybe some of the people in Platinum, when they made the QuickTime events even as far back as the first game, they were like, man, this is really cool, but it would be even better if, like, we actually turned this into, you know, a core part of the gameplay where you could use it whenever you wanted as long as you had, like, a magic meter and it controlled, like, a thing that you had control over, and it wasn't just, you know, spamming a button to chomp down on the bad guy. You know, so it definitely feels like a very organic way to expand the game. I do have more complicated thoughts on it than that, but I think when you dig into Bayonetta, the first one, it's a very hard game to top. Like, for what it is, I mean, maybe you could get some other weapons in there that are more different, like, or you could improve some of the weapons. I think Kulshedra is very cool, but probably could have been considerably better if, you know, I don't know, I haven't used it that much, you know. I mostly stick to the guns and the sword and stuff, so, like, there's things that there's always more to dig into, you know. But I think Bayonetta 1 is just a really supremely well crafted game, you know. Like, it just feels like everything just went right in how it came together, you know, for the core gameplay. It feels good to play. Her moveset does exactly what it sets out to do and all that. So I just don't see the point in them trying to make another Bayonetta 1, which is more or less what Bayonetta 2 was, you know? It's just like, you're bound to disappoint people like me who already feel like the first game was an extremely well fleshed out version of what it is, you know? So they might as well expand it some way. And so I totally agree with that decision, and I like it. It's just a question of whether or not they can actually do that well, you know? And it's funny because I was saying this just on the last stream when I was playing Ghosts and Goblins just last week, I think, anyway. I was saying, like, that the concept of a game doesn't matter that much, you know? Like, it's the execution of the game that matters, you know? Or, I mean, the concept matters, but it's not the be-all, end-all, you know? So for me, the more important thing is not, you know, which direction is the new Bayonetta going, but just can they do it well, you know? Like, can they do this thing well where you control the thing? And I don't know whether or not you can judge that from the trailer. I think it's way too early to say. You know, you need to get your hands on it. You need to see how it plays out and stuff. I suspect it's probably going to end up disappointing a certain amount of people, but probably a lot of people will love it as well, you know, regardless of how it turns out, because it's just going to be different. So people going in expecting more Bayonetta 1, I think, are going to be disappointed by that. Whereas if you go in with a more open mind, you might be happier with it, you know? That's my take on it anyway. But, I don't know, Someone wants whips. I haven't been reading the chat. Yeah, I just like that it looks different, you know? They're not doing the same thing again. But at the same time, it doesn't look like it's not Bayonetta, you know? It doesn't look like they have done something entirely different. Like I said, I do think it's very easy to trace that line back to the first game and go... And even, like, kind of through the second game where they had those fights happening in the background, you know? I think it's something they have probably wanted to do in one form or another since the first game, and now they're doing it. But I do think it's undeniable that, or at least it looks, at this moment in time, it looks undeniable that it's going to make the game feel very different to the first game. So if you're just expecting more... would you get a DMC1 remake, Matthew, if they went that way? What way? I don't know what you mean. Because I think there's a difference, like, with a remake... I don't know, I still have kind of conflicting feelings on a remake, where... You know, is it better that they do their own thing, or that they try to... See, it kind of depends, you know, like... I think I haven't played the Demon's Souls remake. What I've seen of it, I don't like the look of it visually. I think the changes that they made visually were for the worse. Particularly Boletaria, it just doesn't look like Demon's Souls at all. And that's a shame because the game is supposed to be Demon's Souls, right? And you know, I would feel less put off by that if it was actually possible to play Demon's Souls on a fucking PS5, but it's not, you know? So that's like part of the problem there, is how accessible is the old game, you know? Getting off track here though, let's keep it on Bayonetta. Well, I don't know, like, what does everybody else think? I haven't seen the chat. How do you feel about it? I have to say, I am very glad they're not just doing the same thing again. I don't know how many people were just hoping for another regular Bayonetta, but I'm glad they're trying something different. Oh, it's another thing. Somebody mentioned Umber and Climax. I wonder if Umber and Climax is returning. It looks like it's not. It looks like it's been reworked into... They're calling it Demon Masquerade and Demon Slave. Those are the abilities. I think that's a good sign. That Umber and Climax, it looks like it's just been turned into a super move that you kind of... you just pull out and it just does a very brief combo rather than being something that you move into, like Devil Trigger or whatever, you know? Which is a good sign. And I think that's... let me put it this way. It's... When you're in the armchair designer position, it's very easy to... it's very easy to put your foot down on stuff, right? So if you go to me like, oh... Matthew, tomorrow you're in charge of Bayonetta 3. What do you do? I would say first thing I do is remove Umber and Climax, right? Because I just don't think the game needed it. I think it's like another Devil Trigger thing. That's like the idealized version of... you know, I'm making a game and I really, like, I have no consideration for what anybody else is going to think of it other than I just want to make the best game possible. Then yeah, probably first thing is just let's get rid of Umber and Climax and think of a different way of expanding the gameplay, right? Because you still want to expand it somehow. Like I said, you know, even if you're making something which is a more similar sequel, you don't want it to just be Bayonetta 1 again. You want like a new feature, right? Even just as a player. That's the thing we enjoy as players, isn't it? Like when a sequel comes out and it's got something like a little bit new in it, right? You know, but I've said something like this. I've said this in the past, maybe about Umber and Climax, but I've also said it about climbing in Breath of the Wild. I think there are certain things that when you put them into a game, it's very, very hard to take them out. Because a lot of people, when they play it, if that thing isn't there, because it's been added to the game, right? Like it gets added in a sequel or it gets added in a certain game and people like latch onto it or see it as a big feature. It's very hard to take it out. And I think Umber and Climax is one of those things. I think, you know, most people who really love Bayonetta probably aren't really going to give a shit whether Unbound Climax is in the game or not. Like, if you really care about the gameplay of Bayonetta, you just want to know, is the gameplay of the next game going to be good or not? You know, like, how good is it going to be, right? And, you know, will it be more or less what I think of when I think Bayonetta? But for a lot of people who play the game more casually, I think that it would be disappointing to them if there wasn't some kind of if there wasn't some kind of Unbound Climax thing, you know? So, in actuality, like, in the vacuum version of it, you go, Matthew, you're making Bayonetta 3, what do? I say, let's get rid of Unbound Climax. But in actuality, they go, right, Nintendo is expecting this game to sell a certain amount, you know, we have 100 employees on it. If this game doesn't do well, we're downsizing. If Unbound Climax isn't in this game, you know, people are going to review bomb it or whatever. I know you're not going to get a review bomb over that, right? But I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure there. So I think it's a reasonable decision to take it and just, like, modify it a bit so that it sits better in the core gameplay. And it's still kind of there in a way that satisfies people who are looking for that on that surface level, you know? That makes sense? Probably dragged that point out longer than it needed to be. But yeah, it looks like it's been reworked. I don't think it's going to be a thing that you just press a button and you have Unbound Climax for a set amount of time now. Which is cool. It's probably a good choice. It's hard to say though. Like, I don't think it's impossible that there's some version of Bayo where Unbound Climax is a really good addition to it, you know? It's hard for me to envision personally. The multi-torture attack is strange, yeah. It's strange. It's cool. Like, it's a cool way of escalating on the previous game, but it's a bit strange in that it runs very counter to what a torture attack actually was in the previous game. I haven't given it that much thought, but it's very... Like, a torture attack in the previous game is... It's the highest single target specific damage you can do. So for it to be this thing that you can have on multiple enemies at once is... a pretty big change, but not necessarily bad. I'm not against that. Just as usual, just remains to be seen how it's done, you know? The laptop kind of covers up the left part of the screen for me. I need to move it. It's kind of hard to fight this boss like that. Yeah, I hope they remove witch time on the highest difficulty again as well. But again, like with everything, I don't think it's impossible that there's a version of the game where you do get witch time on the highest difficulty, you know? But I think the gameplay is more likely to be what I'm hoping for if witch time does get turned off on the highest difficulty. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty different game. I will say, right, so I'll say I think I'm overall very positive and happy on the trailer, because the main hope that I had for the game was that it wasn't just going to be Bayonetta 1 again, and it's definitely not, or it looks like it's not. So I'm happy and I'm optimistic about the game, just for that alone. I think that's the big win for me, you know. But it wasn't all peaches and cream. I think there's definitely some things that I don't like about it. You know, it doesn't even really need to be said, but man, the graphics are very grey. I'm hoping that it's just a contrast to some stuff that will come later, you know? Because Bayo 2 starts off in a city as well, and it moves out of that pretty quickly. So I could see it moving on to something more interesting, more visually interesting after a while. You know, I'm not against I'm not against like a monotone stage, but if the whole game is like that, that's bad, obviously. You know, it's just going to be dull to play if the whole game looks like that. But if it's used to kind of set up a certain tone, and then we go into other levels and the colors pop all the more because the last level was so grey, that's totally fine with me, you know. That can be a good thing. But yeah, and it's kind of cool that it's not angels and demons, and it looks like they're, you know, again, they're going to expand the world in a pretty logical way there, so that's pretty cool as well. I will say, here's the big thing that I don't like, okay? And it is a fairly major negative. First of all, yeah, here's the thing I don't like, right? I don't know if anybody else feels the same way as me, but here's the major thing I don't like. They have this new gimmick about controlling demons in battle, right? And it might be really good. It looks like there's going to be certain moves where, like, at a glance, it kind of looks like you're playing both Bayonetta and the creature at the same time. And it seems like you can do that sometimes. But at other cases, it looks like Bayonetta is kind of locked into a dance. And it's through the dance that you have, like, perfect control over the creature or something like that. It remains to be seen how it's going to work, right? But I think that they could do a very good job of this. In fact, I think probably... I don't think Astral Chain is a perfect game, very far from it, right? But I think Astral Chain is probably the best example of this controlling multiple people in a single battle that's been done, right? Unless you, like, I think the Wonderful 101 kind of counts as this as well because of the multi-unite thing, but it's more of like an ancillary feature than a core gameplay thing, I think, in that game. Well, it is kind of a core gameplay thing, but I don't know. You know, you summon your teammates and they do a single combo attack, right? Here's the thing. It looks like it's kind of a fresh new take on Bayonetta. But if you stop and think about it, actually, it's really become it's already become one of the most used ways of expanding the action genre out there, right? Already. I mean, stop and actually think about the major 3D action games that have released in the last while, right? There's let's go all the way back to the Wonderful 101, right? It has the multi-unite ability. Okay. It's not quite the same thing, but in Bayonetta 2, there are moments where an AI character fights alongside you. Again, you have no control over them, but those moments are there, right? And there's actually like a significant chunk of the game where that's true. Of course, you've got the new God of War, where, again, you don't have like perfect control over Atreus or anything, but you do have a button that decides what Atreus does to some degree or another. There's Astral Chain, which of course is built around this whole thing, and is like... It really leans into the concept, and I think does a pretty good job with it. I think whatever problems I have with the game are not really to do with the Legion, right? The Legion was pretty well implemented in that game. Certainly well enough to justify it being like the central sort of conceit of the game, right? You have V in Devil May Cry 5. Funnily enough, you know, you have Vorken mode that came out in the Wonderful 101 recently. There's Nier Automata. Again, it's different because you don't have control over the co-op character in Nier Automata, but you do play huge chunks of the game with somebody else fighting alongside you. So it's not really that new in a sense, you know, and like, I mean, I do think that like the whole kind of kaiju angle of it, and you know, summoning demons is really cool. And I think like the scale of it looks interesting and cool and stuff, but it's not really that new. And in fact, personally, it's not something I want to see a whole lot more of. I'm not that interested in seeing. I don't know if No More Heroes 3 has it. I haven't played that yet. it seems like there's a lot of games have done this lately. And whatever about a game like Astral Chain... yeah, the Legions, I left out the Legions from Chaos Legion. Chaos Legion is like the most famous example, maybe. Well, maybe not nowadays, but I'm talking about recent games. Like, I'm saying how common is this recently, you know? It seems pretty common. FF7 Remake. I haven't played that, but yeah, you have multiple party members, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm being overly harsh because it is a little bit unfair to lump games like Nier Automata into this category. I think if you want to be strict, then you really need to narrow it down to like Astral Chain, God of War, The Wonderful 101, now Bayonetta 3, and Devil May Cry 5 with V. Because in those games you have like either limited or like you have a good amount of control over what the partner does, whereas in something like Nier Automata, correct me if I'm wrong because it's been ages since I've played that, but you don't have any control over what the partner does in that game, right? And likewise in Bayonetta 2, you don't have any control over what the AI partner does, you know? But even so, quite a lot of games, right? And personally, it's not, I don't have to restate how much I love The Wonderful 101. I think the reason why I think this gimmick is fine in The Wonderful 101 is because it's stripped down to like its bare essentials, right? Because whenever you summon the character, you know exactly what they're going to do. You don't have to have any... Like, it's kind of a fire and forget thing. It's almost like firing a projectile that behaves in a complicated way, right? It's not really like... It doesn't feel that much like summoning an AI teammate or using them in the way that a Legion or Atreus does, right? Because they're more complicated. I don't know. I don't know how interested I am in seeing that idea expanded, you know? Or used again. Because I just kind of like... I think it's also like has part to do with the concept of an action game, which is just that I like having direct control over what I'm doing, you know? Scarlet Nexus also has that multiple character control thing, so there you go. I can see it working as just the new Umbran Climax system. It does look like you're going to have to use Magic Meter to do it and stuff. I think it can be integrated well, and I think it's worth trying just so the game isn't a retread of Bayonetta 1, you know? I don't want to be too negative on it. I do think overall I'm more interested in seeing this than I am in just seeing another Bayonetta game, you know? And I definitely applaud them for trying to do something different. But what can I say? I'm allowed to be skeptical. I'm allowed, like... I'm not convinced it's going to be the Bayonetta game for me, you know? But maybe this will be to other people what 1 is to me, you know? I don't know. Yeah. It's just surprising how many... I think part of the problem anyway for me is that when I'm at my most cynical, I think it's another example of games valuing presentation more than the core gameplay, you know? Now I'm not... Like, I'm not saying this is the case for Bayonetta 3. I think it probably was, like, we want to expand the gameplay of Bayonetta, not like we want to expand the spectacle of Bayonetta, but like, you know, we want to do this thing that we've wanted to do since the first game, where we control the thing in a more natural way, right? And we want to, like, bring that into the core of Bayonetta. But for example, playing Bayonetta 2, the parts where you fight alongside an AI, that to me is very much like, you know, like, it doesn't improve the gameplay, it only improves the spectacle, you know? If anything, I feel like it negatively impacted the gameplay, because you end up, like, having to react to what the AI character is doing and stuff like that, you know? And I'm all for judging a game based on what it actually is. So for a game like Nier Automata, I think, and you know, I've made it clear in the past, I like Nier Automata less than probably like 90% of this chat, right? But I understand that Nier Automata is a worse game without the AI partner, because it's not a, it's the gameplay is not the essence, the whole essence of Nier, right? It's more about like Yoko Taro doing weird shit, you know, where's the story gonna go, that kind of stuff, right? So there, I think it's very forgivable. But it's like, in a game like Bayonetta 2, I had a much harder time forgiving it, because it was like, okay, well now I just have to play the game, but also an AI character can disrupt what it is I'm doing or whatever, you know? I don't know. It's been a while since I played Bayonetta, Bayo 2, so I'd really have to go back and see how much that actually annoyed me, you know? But you know what, I'm just gonna restart stage here, because it's not about getting to the end of the game, it's about having the dagger. This should give me the dagger back, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I just think it's interesting that so many action games are going for the same thing all at the same time. And the cynic in me says that it's just an appeal to presentation. It's just like, well, if we have multiple things on screen, then, you know, then the gameplay, then everything looks more like chaotic and interesting and climactic or whatever, you know? And I'm gonna pull this old one out of the hat again, but I think that if somebody is going to do this kind of thing and is going to do it really well, I think it's gonna need a fixed camera system like the Wonderful 101. I think that that's another advantage of that game. I just think it helps. It helped, like, if you're gonna have an AI partner, it's one of the things that really worked against the Astral Chain, I think, is that not only do you have a camera, but like now you have a thing mapped to the camera stick as well. And you're like trying to wrap a chain around an enemy. You're controlling two people who are both moving relative to a camera in 3D space, which is like down on the ground. It's if you pull that camera out to a more aerial view, and now it's like the enemy is always in this exact position. Your Legion is you know, exactly here on the screen. It doesn't need to, like, the movement on the stick relative to the screen is extremely obvious because the camera isn't moving and it's on an aerial kind of view. That simple act of wrapping the chain around the enemy becomes way more enjoyable, I suspect. I don't know what other ways the game might suffer from having that perspective, but there you go. You would have to lose some things because Astral Chain is more than just like the it's more than just the Legion thing. It's kind of like a mix of a bunch of different Platinum games, because you kind of have like a little bit of Revengeance in there as well with the sword mode, and you obviously can't get that with a fixed camera that's pulled out. But I'm just saying, I think this is a particular gimmick which would work better with a fixed view. So there you go, predictable. But I think one of the major advantages of this new approach is, like, even if it turns out to be a game that I don't like playing as much as Bayonetta 1, at least, like, it'll have a whole different type of spectacle and feel to it that might be worth revisiting, you know what I mean? Whereas I think Bayonetta 2 really suffers in that sense, that it doesn't offer much more than Bayonetta 1 there, but also the gameplay just wasn't as tight, you know? So definitely applaud them for that, and I'm hopeful. Overall, very hopeful and happy about what I saw. How would you like to see new action games expand themselves? I have some ideas, but I don't have that many ideas. Well, I'm not going to answer that question. I don't think I'll ever get to make a game like that myself, you know. But just for anybody who missed it, it's not really relevant to this. It kind of isn't. It kind of isn't. But for anybody who missed it, on the Patreon, and you don't have to be a member. I should probably make this more clear anytime I mention it. You don't have to like pledge anything on the Patreon to read them. But there's a post which is kind of about action games up, which I think is pretty cool, and it's about Ghosts and Goblins and how I like Ghosts and Goblins. Basically, I was saying that I think there's kind of a tactical layer to action games which has diminished somewhat over the years, you know? And I'm not saying every action game needs it, but just that I would like to see it come back a little bit more. And I think in order to do that, you probably need to cut back on the amount of invincibility frames for a start, you know? And you need to think a little bit more about what action games are at their core, you know? I'm not going to try and repeat the fucking... because I put a lot of effort into the post, so just read the post if you haven't. It's good. It's good enough that I might turn it into a video at some point. I'm going to reserve the right to turn those posts into videos. They're not going to work verbatim, but, you know, take the core of that and drop it into a video. Why not? If I go back to videos, you know. I don't know if I am yet. I might go back to videos because I'm back in the collision mines, and I went back to the collision mines yesterday, and I'm already not having fun. I'm already having an anti-fun. So I need to. If anybody's curious, the sensor system that I made before. I don't know if I ever explained this. I didn't actually. When I was talking about collisions and sensors and stuff, the sensors that I wrote before are a little complicated, because what happens is if they're buried, if it's pointing downwards, it's looking for the floor, right? But it happens to actually be in the floor, then it reverses direction and points upwards and gives me a negative value. As in, like, how much would I have to push myself out of the floor to be positioned back on the floor, you know? Which is good functionality to have, probably. It might be useful to have, but it's also kind of costly. And when I refined how the player character actually does certain collisions, I realized I don't actually... The player now uses like a step-by-step, pixel-by-pixel approach, which is very expensive, but also very precise. And again, I don't know if that's going to stick for the whole duration of the project, but it's something I'd like to try. And it doesn't need these complex sensors. So the complex sensors are kind of wasting... They're wasting a lot of cycles getting extra data that they don't need. That I don't need. So I need to just make some simple sensors instead that just... If they're inside something, they just say, I'm inside it, and they just return straight away, you know? I do think I'm having a better time going on autopilot in this game. I know I'm not playing very well, but I'm not really thinking about it that much. I'm putting more effort into what I'm saying than what I'm doing, which maybe isn't evident by what I'm saying, but I feel like I'm actually getting into autopilot in this game for a change, which is nice. But yeah, I'm temporarily back in the collision mines, and I'm not having a good time. So yeah. By the way, I didn't watch the... I don't know if that's enough on Bayo 3. Anybody got any questions or anything like that? But yeah, I didn't watch the Dread trailer, by the way, because I know I'm getting it. I know I'm getting Bayo 3 as well, but after 4 years, you gotta watch the fucking trailer, right? Yeah, like, and they kind of talked about how it was going to be a bit different as well, so I wanted to see what they were doing. Oh yeah, one thing I do want to say is the direction they've taken Bayo 3 is Bayo hot. I've never found her that attractive, honestly. But whatever. Yeah, I think a large part of that for me is because I don't like her outfit in 1 as much as 2 or 3. You know, like I think she looks better in 2. I like. It's probably best I not talk about about these things. I like the little I like the little kind of diamond ass windows in 2. I like those. But I also like the skirt in 3. You know, like I don't mind. I don't mind either. I hide it away or put it on display. Both can be good. I didn't. I didn't talk about. So they did the fake out, right? They did the. By the way, I'm just gonna say from having seen quite a few trailers in my time, from analyzing the pixels and having seen quite a few trailers in my time, I think that Astral Chain 2 is basically. It seems very likely to happen after that trailer, because doing a fake out like that, I don't know. I know that Platinum's always doing cheeky references and stuff, but just the specific way that they did the fake out with the Astral Chain thing kind of leads me to believe that the second game, they're probably making a second one. Which shouldn't be that surprising. And I'm up for it. I think the Legion thing is cool. I just hope that they... Like, Astral Chain is a good example of the narrative stuff I was talking about earlier. Let me put it that way. Yeah, I think with the direction that they went with Bayo, I don't know, it's... They had the little Project GG fake out as well with the dog. Probably a lot of people didn't even notice it, you know. But there's the little dog barking at the start. I don't know, I'm wondering what Project GG actually is, right? Because they've talked in the past that it's going to be a little bit, you know, different. It's something that they're excited about because it's not something that they've quite done before or whatever. And maybe, you know, now that you're in production, you realize, oh, actually, some of these weird ideas aren't going to work, and we're just going to make something that's more like a normal action game. Well, yeah. This one says Kaiju. I don't know how to pronounce your name, dude. Zeznish, right? Zeznish said Kaiju action game. Well, Bayonetta 3 kind of looks like that now, doesn't it? You know. So could they really be making a Kaiju action game on top of that? You know, like they've hinted that Project GG. It's not quite going to be. I think it's not quite going to be what people expected from the trailer. Like, I'm not convinced. And maybe this is just wishful thinking on my behalf, but I'm not convinced that Project GG is a game where you control an Ultraman guy battling kaiju. I'm not convinced. I know that's what the trailer implies, and that they might be shooting themselves in the foot by making a trailer like that and then releasing a game which is totally different. But I'm just not convinced based on some of the stuff they've said in the past, because I have some ideas, which I'm not going to say, but I have some ideas about how they could make that significantly different from most action games that they would be excited about it, right? But at the same time, Bayonetta 3 looks like a kaiju action game, so if that's the case, like, can Project GG really be that as well? You know, it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't make sense to be turning Bayonetta into that and then doing that with Project GG as well, you know? And it's kind of a matter of semantics, like, what's the gameplay? What are the specifics of the gameplay? Because, you know, under a certain, in a certain lens, you can say, oh, well, the Wonderful 101 is already a kaiju action game as well. Because I don't know what kaiju actually means, but I don't know what it means. What are the kanji involved there, right? But like the monsters in The Wonderful 101, yeah, they just look like normal enemies on your screen, but they're actually fucking huge, right? In terms of the scale of the actual world, they're enormous things, right? So I imagine Project GG to be a lot like Punch-Out. I think that's the impression the trailer gives. Yes, I think that's the impression that it gives, is this is going to be a one-on-one game, right? But the thing is, Punch-Out already exists, and there's an old arcade game called Red Earth by Capcom, which is very much like that as well. It's like a fighting game with no multiplayer mode, right? And I know for a fact that Kamiya is well versed enough in games to know that this shit has already been done. Like, they made a Punch-Out section they made a Punch-Out section in The Wonderful 101, right? They're not going to go, okay, so we make a Punch-Out game and that's like phenomenal now just because it has kaiju in it. I'm saying that they know enough to separate the presentation of a game from the actual mechanics of the game and realize when something is mechanically new or interesting, or, you know, enough of a twist on it that it actually qualifies as something to be excited about in those terms, you know? And just, I don't know if Inaba maybe overhyped it. Like, if you actually followed all the statements over the years, Inaba seemed very excited about Project GG. And he seemed like... And I think there's a reason that they picked it to be the first game that they self-publish. Maybe because they think it's actually going to be like something that when people see it, they get excited about it too and go, holy shit, this is actually new, you know? And again, it could be the case that they felt this way when they first started making it, and over time it has actually it's kind of fallen into something that which is more like in line with what you expect from an action game. But I think now, after seeing the Bayonetta 3 trailer, it would be especially strange for it to just turn out to be a kaiju action game. It would be like, why do I need this on top of Bayonetta now? Because Bayonetta 3 is basically becoming this, you know? So it makes me curious. I'm curious what it is, you know? I think, like, I have multiple ideas for what it could be. But I think, like, this is one that probably a lot of other people have thought of, you know? And I don't think it's this. But, for example, there's the dog in the trailer. What if you're the dog? What if you're not the Ultraman guy, you're the dog instead, you know? And, like, it wouldn't be that out of line for a Kamiya game because he's already made a game where you play as a dog, you know? And that's another reason to think that you're not the dog, actually, because they made a game where you play as a dog, right? So, like, it's got to be even more different than that for them to be thinking that this is something new and exciting, right? Tokyo Jungle too. I'm just having a hard time picturing what that game actually is now. And maybe it is just, like, I think that the simplest thing that it could turn out to be, and it wouldn't really be that big a disappointment. It wouldn't be a disappointment. Like, if it's done well, like I said, the specifics matter more than the idea, right? So if they make a really good Punch-Out-esque game where it's just you turn huge and you fight a kaiju one-on-one, and the kaiju is like a really fleshed out, it's basically a boss fight, everything is basically boss fights, and that's what it is. Alright, fair enough, that could be a great game, but I'm just curious if that's what it really is. I'm skeptical that that's what it is after all this time now. I don't know. Like, after seeing the Bayonetta 3 trailer, definitely put more doubt in my mind as to what it actually is. So, I think it's going to turn out to be surprising. Unless, like I said, I think it's totally possible that over time, the idea has morphed back into being something more straightforward, you know? But, yeah, it's... Maybe you're the soldier on the ground. I don't know. We could be the kaiju. Yeah, I think that's a more interesting angle than the dog one even. That you're actually the kaiju. And there is a hint in the trailer. It's not really a hint, but there is kind of a hint in the trailer that that's possibly what's happening, because the kaiju, the Ultraman guy has blue eyes and the kaiju has red eyes. And typically in a Kamiya game, you play as the red guy, not the blue one. Although Bayonetta is kind of an exception. But, you know, in every other Kamiya game, you're associated with the color red, and, you know. But then again, when you see eyes, you don't really think of that as being something that defines the player character, you know? But it is kind of interesting that the protagonist has blue eyes. Maybe it's just a tokusatsu thing. You know, maybe that's how it is in Ultraman, and I don't know my Ultraman lore or whatever. He's got to have blue eyes for some reason. But, yeah. Bayo. Oh, Bayo does have a red motif in one. Yeah, you're right. She has the red ribbons and stuff. I tend to think of Jean as being the red one, though. But yeah, you're right. Bayonetta has a lot of red in one. Yeah, red and black, yeah. Really got that boss down. Well, it helps to go in with the gold armor. The gold armor really helps. It makes a huge difference. You fight. It means you can have 4 daggers on screen instead of 3, and they do a little bit more damage. It's not much. It's probably like it's not double damage anyway. But I do think they do something like 1.2 times damage or something like that as well. So yeah, I don't know. There, put your speculation. I'm curious what the speculation is. What the hell is Project GG? Is it an action game and they've made a mistake in saying that it's something that it's not, or is it actually? Is it what the trailer shows? You are Ultraman, and you fight kaiju, and that's it. Is it something to do with the shrinking? You know, but even then, like they've kind of done that before. But then at the same time. You can often trace things in Kamiya's games like back to an early version in older games. So that like there's a bit in the Wonderful 101 where you shrink and grow, very briefly, you know, like, but technically kind of something that they've done before. Is it something totally different? What is it? Took it at face value. I think a lot of people took it at face value, and I think maybe Platinum shot themselves in the foot by making that trailer. Or maybe I'm shooting them now by saying that it's not going to be what the trailer is, or putting doubt in people's minds when really they were trying to get across what the game actually was. But if you've actually followed what Inaba has said about it over the years, it would be weird for him to talk like that and for it to turn out to be just a game where you're a big guy fight a kaiju. You know? I think that would not live up to what Inaba has said about it. I don't blame him for getting excited about a new idea or whatever, you know. And like I said, and I'll repeat again, I think the specifics of the thing matter more than the concept, you know? I think it's interesting as well that we know who's directing, who is directing Bayo 3. Because I was wondering if it was going to turn out to be Hiroshi Shibata, who did the gameplay. He did a bunch of the gameplay on Resident Evil 4. He was actually the second director on Resident Evil 4 after Kamiya, like when the game got rebooted. But he ended up doing some kind of, like, I imagine he was like the chief game designer on that game, because he got removed from the director role, but he's still listed as like gameplay. I think he's the first gameplay guy listed in the credits. And I think he was the lead gameplay designer on Bayonetta and the Wonderful 101, so suffice to say I have a lot of respect for the man. But I don't know, maybe because he is the lead, like, being one of the lead guys on Resi 4 is a very prestigious thing, right? And then on top of that, being the lead gameplay guy on the original Bayonetta is obviously very prestigious as well. And then the Wonderful 101, maybe not prestigious in the wider world, but hopefully at least prestigious in, like, within Platinum, you know? So maybe he just doesn't want to be a director, though, you know? But it still leaves a question. Is he even still there, and what is he working on? Maybe he's working on Bayo 3, maybe he's working on Project GG. But I'd be very interested to see what he's working on. Because if he's working on Project GG as well, that's another reason for me to be excited, at least anyway. But I think Kamiya being executive director will mean much. No. Honestly not, no. He was what? He was a supervisor on Bayo 2, he's a supervisor on Astral Chain. I don't think those are bad games by any means, but I don't think they live up to the stuff that Kamiya has directed himself. I don't know. I mean, it's impossible to tell what goes on behind closed doors, but I think that he's probably fairly hands-off on this stuff. I think they use his name because he's famous, and I'm not even sure that he wants to do that. Like, I don't know. I don't think he enjoys nurturing talent the way Mikami does. Like, Mikami seems to really enjoy that, and is very good at it, you know? And I kind of wish that he enjoyed that less, because I think that, like, I would rather he just make a game, you know? Direct stuff himself. But I don't know. I think they mostly put Kamiya's name on these things as a marketing thing, but who knows? I'm gonna speculate, just pure speculation on my behalf. I don't have any insider knowledge. I think this kind of speculation it can be very misguided. Like, you really have no way of knowing what's going on behind closed doors. But I imagine Kamiya to be very hands-off on that stuff, because I don't think he wants everybody to be... Like, you have to think about back to what happened to him, right? What happened to him is he's put on Resident Evil, and then eventually he ends up spinning Resident Evil off into Devil May Cry, right? So in his mind, and that's all thanks to Mikami going, look, no, this doesn't need to be a Resident Evil. This can be its own thing, and maybe it's good that, like, we lean into what you like about games more, and you make the game that you want to make, right? So I imagine, because he had that happen to him, he's the same with other people. He doesn't want to go, no, you have to make the game I want you to make. He goes, you know, you're the director on this game, you get to do what you want, you know? And, like, you're gonna have to learn your own lessons, and you know, it's like, he's not... I don't get the impression that Kamiya wants to make a game like Astral Chain with the kind of progression that I had. I don't know, it's kind of like Okami in a way, you know. Okami has a lot of story sequences and talking to NPCs and stuff like that. But I don't think Kamiya was, like, pressuring them to do that. You know, it was probably like, I wouldn't have this stuff in here, but, you know, it's your game. Like, if that's what you like about games and you want to have a world where the player goes around and they can get into the world building and talk to the NPCs, that's fine. Like, you go and do that. Don't try and turn it into something that I would make, you know? That's how I imagine it is. And so, as a result, I don't think that him being an executive director on the game really means that much, you know? On the contrary, I do think that him being chief game designer actually matters for Platinum in a way that the other thing doesn't. Because like, he's not going to get into the specifics of the games if he's not directing them. I don't think he's going to be like a driving force that pushes them to really perfect what the game is or whatever. But I do think he probably pushes them to try and make the games more different than they would be otherwise. Not just like another Bayonetta or whatever, you know? And as a result, you get Astral Chain and Bayonetta 3, which are... They look like they're not trying to be retreads, which is nice, you know? But I don't think the executive director thing actually matters. I don't know. Yeah, true, he wanted to make Scalebound, yeah. Which presumably would have had, like, little villages or something, or, like, people that you could find in the world or whatever. It definitely looked like it was going more for an RPG kind of vibe than a straight-up action game, so that's true. Yeah, I saw the God of War trailer. I think I never talked about it. I talked about how I found the PlayStation thing to be ultimately disappointing, that showcase they had. But yeah, I presume people are interested in my opinion because of the review that I did and all. It's actually very much like what I've been saying before, you know. It looks like the it looks like the previous game. It looks like they're doing a lot of stuff that the previous game did. And obviously I would prefer if it was a bigger break from that, but I'm not... Like, I'm not jumping to play the new God of War because it does look similar to the previous one, and that's not a game that's going to sell a console to me, and it just isn't. If it's like just an expansion on the first one, for me that's not a game that's worth buying the console for. I'm not saying it's bad, and I didn't say the other one was bad, but it's not a system seller to me. You know, it's not something that I'm going to get excited about. But at the same time, like I've been saying recently, the specifics matter more than the concept, right? I don't know if maybe anybody got like a mistaken impression here. I didn't expect them to like give up the Leviathan axe and give up the perspective and stuff like that for the next game. I mean, maybe I would like if they did, I don't know, but I didn't expect them to do that because it would just be an insane waste of work for one reason, you know? But I'm more like, if they can just fix a bunch of the little specific problems that I have, then it's a game I'd become a lot more interested in, you know? Personally, I assume they're going to lean into the narrative about as much as they did before, which is something I'm not crazy about. And I would have liked to see changed. I would like to see that dialed back a bit. But, you know, whatever. So yeah, I'm not optimistic or pessimistic about it. It looks like they're doing something that's still like similar to what they've done before, but if they change, like if enough of the specifics about the combat and stuff change, then like just making it so that enemies have consistent hit reactions regardless of your level would be a huge plus for me. That would be a huge one straight off the bat, and I think that's a relatively simple change to make, especially like for a game with the scope and complexity of God of War. If you're going in like making that change, that's a pretty small change, right? But I think that would be a huge improvement, you know? You stack about 10 of those improvements onto each other, and then I'm interested, right? I'm like, oh yeah, this is actually good. Even if there's aspects of it that I don't like how much they're gonna lean on the narrative and stuff like that, you know? Jumping good. I don't care that it doesn't have jumping personally. I don't think jumping is a prerequisite to make a great combat system. I'm not going to complain if they allow you to jump, but I don't think that's, for me, that's not a problem. I think like not having jumping, I think I would be more interested in them not having jumping if the X button, you know, was utilized for something very interesting. That would be a nice bonus as well. I think it was just a regular interact button, right? But maybe that frees up a button, like you would have to have a different interact button maybe if you had a jump button as well. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it actually did end up freeing up a button for other stuff if you go back and analyze the controls. I'd have to think about it, but I don't think it needs jumping, personally. It's just weird that Kratos can't do it. I don't think it's that weird. Maybe I'm just weird about these things myself. But like I've been thinking, you know, it's at this point it's no secret that I'm making something kind of Ghosts and Goblins-y, right? I've been thinking about this. Maybe I just have a different mentality, but I'm gonna follow my own mentality and not what people these days expect. But I think that the limitations in the game, it kind of like it depends on what they are, but the limitations in the game are easier to swallow than people think they are, you know? Like the fact that you can only throw a dagger sideways and upwards, that makes absolutely no fucking sense at all, you know? But it's a pretty easy limitation to swallow when you're actually playing the game. Like, who cares? Like, that's just how the game works, you know? I think maybe developers these days are a little too worried about that. You know, so yeah, so you can only throw sideways and upward. Like, the game is not going to be improved if it controls like fucking Noita or something, where you have to now you all of a sudden you have to use the right analog stick to aim every single dagger. I'm not saying that a good game can't be made that way, but I'm not sure that it's exactly like Ghosts and Goblins then, because it's like, well, when a guy appears up in the top right corner of the screen or something, there's not really a strategy involved anymore, right? There's not, you don't have to change your positioning to deal with him. You just aim at him and fire, you know? It kind of, it's, in a way, yes, it adds an action, but you can argue that it actually subtracts something from the game, you know? It's not always that the addition of more moves and more things that you can do actually increases the complexity of the game. That's not always true, I think. I need to try and avoid that thing. I don't know. I don't know when this thing clamps down again. Come on, come on. Look at that. That fucking thing dropped in exactly the perfect place to make my life hell there for a second. Maybe I should have paid less attention to the game the last few times I streamed it. Now I'm paying attention again. I'm probably going to fuck up. But yeah, I've been going on autopilot here on this stream, and it's been working out. It's been working out. So far, at least, anyway. Alright. I will be back in a second. Hello everyone, I'm just gonna have a little snack. I haven't had anything to eat today. So talk amongst yourselves and I might interject. I'm having an oat flapjack since people keep asking. Hello everyone. I think it sucks that they're going to try and, well, not try, that they're going to raise the price of that subscription service to get all the games. But I do think that N64 is a much bigger get than the Game Boy, I think. And it feels like the Game Boy stuff is probably inevitable anyway. So, I don't know. It's nice to have confirmation that they're going to have N64 games on the fucking thing. The the day one thing looks pretty anemic, but I could see the N64 library being pretty good after a few months. At least you don't pay a third of the price more for each game. Not sure what you mean. Yeah, look, everybody knows that piracy is a thing. Everybody knows it, you know? That doesn't mean it's a bad thing for Nintendo to offer the fucking games. It's a good thing. Do I do the hellholes in this game? No, I avoid them. Don't really like them. I think they're one of the few things that I really dislike about the game, actually. I hate the way... I'd be much more inclined to do them if you could actually do them on the first pass through a level, but it seems like you can't. Maybe you can backtrack, but it feels like that's not always possible. Yeah, no, it can't be, because in the stage... Was it stage 4, where you're on the boss? You don't get the hellhole until after that's over with. What am I saying? I'm saying there's an auto scroller kind of bit there where you're on the green thing, where you can't actually open the hellhole until you're past that part. So, and there's another bit where the hellhole appears where you're sliding down in one of the stage 1s. So, I'd be way more inclined to do them if they opened up the portal later in the level rather than earlier. I don't know why they did it that way. You know me, I don't shy away from a little bit of extra challenge. Oh. That is painful. That is a painful, painful fall. It's a comically long fall. Okay, well, all the little spider things are dead, so it's not that bad. Nah, it's kind of more fun for it not to be a death, because there's something comedic about the game sending you back that far through a fall. There's like some nice kind of elements of comedy in this game, like the bit in the ice stage. The bit in the ice stage where you get to the stairs and the stairs just pull apart and start moving in like fucking wave patterns for no reason. It's just kind of funny. I laughed anyway the first time it happened. It's just like, yeah, this game is not meant to be beaten, you know? New record. I was trying to read the chat. Blaming chat on that one. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of subscription services either. So I don't really like that aspect of it. I don't know. It's like, it would be nice to just be able to buy the old N64, the SNES games and stuff, you know, buy whichever one you want. And then they would have a larger selection as well, presumably, anyway. Because that's definitely a problem with the service right now, is the fact that you've got like really important... You got really important NES and SNES games that just aren't on there, you know, like I'm thinking of your Mega Mans, your Castlevanias, you know, they're just not on there because those companies are selling them separately. Whereas if they were integrated into the virtual console, it'd just be kind of nice to have all those things in one place, you know? At that point it was better to die, because I might have gold armor by the time I get here again anyway. So that's a huge problem. But then obviously, like, I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but they're capable of working out deals with other companies, as evidenced by the Mega Drive stuff, you know. So I just wish they'd do that for some of the more important games on those systems, because like there's just no way of saying that you have all the good NES games if you don't have Castlevania and Mega Man on there. You know, they're very important to the console. And I'm sure there's others as well that I'm not thinking of. It's pretty cool that the N64 one is getting Banjo-Kazooie. You know, that's the stuff I'm talking about. But they need to go back and do that for the consoles they already have, though, you know? I said on the last stream that I have no patience, and somebody disagreed because I'm playing Ghosts and Goblins. But no, I don't have patience in the sense that I mean it anyway. I think maybe there's two different words to describe what I'm talking about here, but that was a prime example of just I don't like sitting still. Like, if it's better for me to sit still for a couple of seconds to ensure that I can jump on that platform, I don't want to do it. I want to do something. I have a good... I think the difference here is I have a good temper for difficult games when I feel like the game is good, you know? Like, which I do with this. When I feel like it's my mistake, it's my problem, and it doesn't matter how hard the game is as long as I feel like... if I enjoyed myself and I felt like it was my fault that something went wrong, I don't care, because I enjoy myself. You know, playing the game is... That's why you play it, right? It's not always about the journey. It's not always about the destination. It's about the journey, right? It's not always about the destination. If you're having fun, alright, all good. But when it's... Patience is, you know, can you sit still for a couple of seconds to make sure that you do this bit safely? And my answer to that is no. No, I can't. I don't like sitting still. An N64 Mini would be better than locking those games behind a monthly subscription. Arguably, but an N64 Mini would probably have shit performance and just like bad emulation. I trust the emulation on the Switch to be better. So I'm not convinced. Like there, that's where my patience was struggling already there. Because I knew if I jump now, I put myself in danger, right? If I jump, I put myself in danger, because if he fires a fireball, I have no response, right? So the better thing, like I want to jump to hit his head, but jumping means that I have no fallback action to do if a fireball comes at me. So I was tempted to jump straight away, just so I could get a dagger into his face that 1 second earlier, you know? But my patience did win out there, so that I waited until he shot and then jumped, which was obviously the better thing to do, but that's the kind of stuff I do struggle with. I need to approach this section in a better way. See, again, this is my patience hurting me here. And again, and again. That was patience again. What else was at that thing? Oh yeah, I'm not a Kirby fan, but the new Kirby looks like it could be good. Could be fun. I wonder how much of the Mario Odyssey team is working on it, because it seems like a sensible thing for them to do next. Kirby Automata. I do like that. I definitely appreciate that aspect of it. It's just Kirby, he's just this pink fluff ball that goes around and swallows things, but it's post-apocalyptic Earth, you know? It's just... It's cool. And it's not... What I like is that it's not being in your face about it. It's just like, yeah, that's the setting, you know? Yeah, it's the setting. Everybody died and then Kirby came along. Okay. Thanks, Nintendo. They basically did the same thing with Splatoon as well, actually, come to think of it. That was going pretty well up until then. I mean, wasn't great, but it was... I think I got some pretty bad patterns there, so to be able to survive like that, like... I don't know, I think I was doing well. I don't think he can come any more forward than that. I was going to retreat back, but I'd be surprised if he can take another step forward. I'd say that's as far as he can go. Kind of cheesy to use that knowledge to my advantage, but whatever. It's not even knowledge, it's a hunch. Can't say I paid much attention to the soundtrack. But yeah, I've barely played any Kirby games, but I do know the soundtracks tend to be good from the Smash series. I've always liked the Kirby tracks. I'm lucky that didn't kill me. He's probably going to do that horrible bat move now, is he? No, I suppose they would. One of them would have exploded into it by now. Oh, come on. Get the fuck out of here. 4 fucking times? It's going to happen now. When does it happen? Because he's already flashing red. I feel like it's overdue now. That sucked. Seems like the boss very RNG heavy. Yeah, I don't think it's unfair, but it's definitely... There's definitely extreme swings in the amount of difficulty that you can get. Whatever. Look at this. He's almost in his 3rd phase now. And I barely did anything. Is my impatience getting me again? Hello everyone, I've been quiet. What's up? What else was at the Nintendo thing? What else do we have to talk about? What do we gotta talk about, chat? Yeah, no autopilot. Exactly, as soon as the autopilot went off, I started losing. I gotta get back into autopilot. ActRaiser remake. Yeah, well, it looks shit, but it kind of looks shit in an interesting way. Chris Pratt and Mario, yeah. I mean, I'm not interested in the film anyway. Are you? Why does anybody want to watch a Mario film? That's what I don't get. I don't need to see a Mario film. Does anybody actually expect the Mario film to be good? Mario have one-liners and such, Jesus. Yeah. Absolutely not. I wouldn't say the hitboxes on the fireballs are deceptive, just that they're very large. But they do look big. I think that's about as far forward as he can go. Tempting fate by saying that, but it makes sense. He can't go all the way to the left. There'd be no way to avoid him. I should take that last stretch, the level before this, the last stretch of it. I should try and take that more slowly, because the way I'm doing it, the way I did it, it's basically turning it into a crapshoot. Whereas presumably there's some way to approach it methodically so that I have like a good chance of holding on to the gold armor, you know? Because if I do this guy with the gold armor, it'll be a lot better. You've seen it now on a couple of the bosses in this run. If you can keep the gold, some of them just melt. Unfortunate. I don't know why. I gotta stop trying to just do a single jump over them fireballs, because it clearly doesn't work. Shame that fucking platform fell out right there. Could have got a bunch of hits in. It'd be kind of nice if the screen was more zoomed out than this now. I'm just realizing. Because obviously you can zoom out a lot more there. It'd be nice if it had that. The way it really zoomed out a lot there a second ago. It'd be nice if it was like that all the time. Because you can only hit stuff if it's on screen, so. Oh my god. That was a frustrating one. You know what was, you know what went wrong there? That's a frustrating one. I don't like that hit at all. That platform would have been moving downwards, but because he changed phase, it's stuck in the air so it could wobble and fall down, you know? I don't know. I think probably the way to avoid that is to make it so that the platforms continue the trajectory they're already on, but they just have a wobble to them. What the fuck? To do a straight up jump over that. James Gandolfini Mario, yeah. Oh god, that's a frustrating one as well. Oh. Well, I got a lot of hits off on him there. I can't hit him at all like this. I don't think there's any way to hit him like this. When he's just hovering at the top of the screen like that. His claw's in the way. I'm gonna run out of time or something. There is still a timer, I presume, even though I've turned it off. The visual off. Oh! Well, fuck! Okay, they move in a clockwise pattern. That's important to know. Shame, because I felt like I would have deserved that victory, you know? Because he gave me a hard one, but I nearly pulled it through anyway. This fight is fucking brutal. I've lost it. Whatever, I'm just gonna jump into the spikes, get it over with. Did I forget anything at the Nintendo thing? I don't know what else to talk about, so that's why I'm quiet now. Chocobo Mario Kart? Yeah, I can't say I give a shit, if I'm being honest. I don't remember what the indies were from the thing. Oh, just barely grazed that fucking thing. It looked like I was actually on the way down when I hit the spikes. Yeah, I didn't look at the Japanese SMT5 trailer. I know I'm getting it, so... Looking forward to it. I didn't watch Dread either. I think I said that earlier. I didn't watch the Dread trailer. I can't believe not one of them daggers hit. Maybe I just need to be more patient here. Maybe that is what's getting me. Maybe it's that simple. Just, if I'm not sure of the situation, just walk off the platform. That's the safest course of action. Just walk off the platform, because you'll fall down. The fireball won't hit you. You're not going to get hit by the platform because you just walked off it. The only thing that can get you is those flames on the ground floor. Been playing anything lately? No. No, I haven't. That's the most frustrating part of this boss definitely is when the platforms change their behavior. That's definitely the worst part of this thing. You know, if they're moving in a wave pattern, okay, fair enough. That's fine, because you can predict that. But it's just... the boss decides to do something, the platform drops. It's very hard to alter your behavior in time. Don't know that I like this aspect of it. I don't think I do. Yeah, you know, I should have seen them shaking, but, you know, I have a lot going on. Yeah, I played Axiom Verge too, yeah. I like the other world gimmick, but I don't know. I don't know that it delivered what I wanted out of a sequel to Axiom Verge exactly. I wish the combat had a bit more going on. Like, I hoped when I saw that it was a, what is it, you get a crowbar or something? I saw it was moving over to a melee combat kind of thing. I thought the combat would be better, but you really just spam things down like the first game. So there's definitely other improvements, or there's definitely other things that are like cool. Kind of like what I was saying about Bayonetta earlier. I like that it's not just a retread. The other world thing, it's very Link to the Past. It's not a new gimmick or anything. Very much like a Link to the Past, but yeah, it gives it like a different flavor from the first game, you know? It gives it something that the first game doesn't have. Can't believe I got hurt by that. I'm just gonna die here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How long are your game making sessions? Not as long as they should be. Depends on what I'm working on. Like when I was doing the state machine stuff, I could very happily sit down all day and work on it. But I'm trying to do some more collision stuff now, and it's very hard to focus on it. Just, I don't know, maybe different people are suited to different problems, programming-wise. It's just not my cup of tea. Hoping to land on the same platform. I'm getting bored of this guy now. Losing even more patience now. Such I'm not having fun with this guy now, but I feel like I'm so close to getting to the second loop. I would rather carry on and play the second loop stages than go back to playing the other stages again, you know? It'd be nice to finish it. Got stuck on this guy when I streamed him before, didn't I? I know I didn't get to him last time because I was messing around in all the other stages, but... that wasn't nice. I don't see, you know, don't see what I could have done there. I suppose if I'd been paying attention to his bottom half, I could have known that he spat out a tornado. That's a pretty tall ask, though. That was some bullshit. Favorite Western movie? You mean like an actual Western? I don't really watch Westerns. Rango. I did think Rango was surprisingly good. I think I said that on stream before. It's not amazing or anything, but I watched it expecting nothing, and it was like, yeah, this is actually a decent little film. I would say it qualifies as a Western as well, yeah. Jesus Christ, man. Come on. What am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong? Do I need to just sit further back or something? Because, man, it's really frustrating when it spawns those triple blocks, which just, if you're behind one of these things, the triple blocks, you just have no fucking hope of hitting them. Just wait 30 seconds for a new fucking thing to appear. I think there's two things that frustrate me about this. One is the platforms. And the other is just the sheer variability of it in terms of difficulty. Like, variation is good because you don't want the player to just do the exact same thing every time. But that extreme level of you get 15 hits for free for no reason versus you can't touch him for a full minute. Ah, for fuck's sake. You know, it's a very extreme swing in difficulty. That was like 10 hits for no reason. I did nothing to earn them, you know? He just happened to line up the right way. I can't stand on that platform. Can't jump up here. I wonder if one of the platforms always swings low enough for you to jump onto it. That would be nice. I can't do anything. Yeah, that annoyed me. I wouldn't go as far to say it's badly designed, but I do think it's like it's good in the sense that it taxes your brain a lot. You know, you have the moving platforms and the fireballs, and your man can move left or right as well. And that's good. But there's definitely things about it I don't like. Look, the fact that that thing is sitting there just means I'm just fucked. Like, there's nothing I can do. I just have to wait, you know? There, I'm forced to jump backwards. I can't hit his head. There's only so much overlap you can have with his head horizontally. He moves off screen, so I don't get to hit him. It's all these little things that they add up, and it's just... I don't know. What is that? That's only the first phase. How many times have I done this and the first phase is just gone in 10 seconds? because it just happened to perfectly line up with his head for that long. It's too extreme a swing in difficulty. That's the problem. You want variability, but you want it to be roughly equally difficult every time, you know? Like, look at that. Look how many hits I just got there. On his last phase, for no real reason. Like, I haven't done anything better than usual. And this might come back to bite me now, because he might do that bat attack earlier than I would want him to, but... I didn't do anything to earn all those hits. That's my problem, you know? Like and it's frustrating as well, because it feels like when you beat him, you're more likely to beat him on an attempt where you get a bunch of free hits in, you know? Oh my god! That was rough. That was rough. I didn't do anything worse than that last run, but it took like twice as long just to get past the first phase. That was not deserved either. I don't know, I don't like this guy. I don't know, maybe something's just going wrong. I feel like I've had less trouble with this guy off stream though. Like he hasn't, it looks like he's been a big fucking thorn in my side, but on the stream he has, because both times I've played him on stream it's gone pretty badly. But I didn't really think much of him one way or another. And that sucks as well, just because he's off screen I can't hit him. I'm lucky that didn't count as a hit. Streamer taxi. I'm not convinced that's it, because this went really well for the most part. I don't know. I'm not in the zone anymore the way I was earlier, that's true. But I got through the levels really easily. It probably does have something to do with patience. I'm gonna sit back. But there's definitely frustrations here that don't need to be here. Like, there's no reason why the camera can't pull out a bit to let you get a dagger on him from further away. It's not like the boss is going to be easy if they do that. It's still going to be hard. No, that's the sad thing. I don't think there is a better weapon. I mean, that's the temptation when you... Yeah, I probably should take a break for a minute and just relax. I am definitely losing patience with it. Well, I think the chat just wants me to pause the game for a minute. They don't want me. Nobody wants me to stop streaming yet. It's only been 2 hours. Fuck's sake, man. I had to go for it. I had to try. I'll give it one more go and then I'll take a break for a few minutes. One thing I will say, I don't have sound. Earlier I said that it was bullshit for me to land on like a thing along the ground. I'm pretty sure that has an audio cue that plays the whole time it's active. So that would mitigate that at least. Jeez, that was only phase 1. I thought that was phase 2. Fucking hell. Just gotta keep away from him further than I have been. Keep him barely on screen. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do, but... That was unfortunate. That was very unfortunate. Okay, let's take a break for a second. Oh, God. Hello, everyone. Is this a pure RNG boss? It is, yeah, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not a speedrun game, you know? So you can't go RNG bad because you want to speedrun it. That's not what the game is for, so... So... It's a good thing to an extent. I just think that there's... This one suffers from a few other problems on top of that, and the RNG is very extreme. Like you do get some very big swings in how easy or hard this guy ends up being. Do I prefer the video or collision mines? I prefer the video mines to the collision mines, but everything else has been enjoyable, or most other aspects of it have been enjoyable to work on, but just don't like collisions very much. It's annoying. Yeah, it's partly because I'm trying to do it as well as I possibly can, you know? I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing because like there's merit in simplicity and having some constraints on yourself, you know? So, so maybe I would be better off just saying, you know, okay, you can't have like an exposed ramp with nothing on the other side of it. You have to have something on the other side of the ramp. Maybe it would have been better. I don't know. Any luck finding bits for the PC? No, I haven't even tried. I assume the PC market is still in fucking shambles right now. I haven't played Ultra Kill. I don't think it's finished yet, is it? It's still in early access, isn't it? Last I heard, anyway. Well, I have played Dusk in the Medieval. Oh. Yeah, I don't really care that it's very polished though. I've bought a few early access games and I just don't like the drip feed sort of format. Just prefer to wait until there's a bunch of content in there and just plow through it all in one go. I feel like this break isn't helping very much. I'm gonna get back to it. The thing is, you can't see the game, but I can now. The corner of my eye, I can still see myself sitting there. It's kind of keeping it on my mind. Maybe this little thing will help, though. Do I prefer degrees of randomization or set patterns? It depends on what the game is going for. You know, if it's Dust Force, the kind of the deterministic nature of Dust Force is good because that's what it's going for. But for a game like this, I think randomization is good. I mean, if you think about a game like games like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta and stuff, they don't have randomized enemy layouts, but the enemy AI is going to pull different tricks out of the bag based on random numbers, you know, or such minute differences in the player's position or something that it might as well be random, you know. That's why they're an opponent to you, because they behave in a way that you can't control, right? Or at least you can't control it fully. You have to react to them to some degree. So it's the same for a game like Ghosts and Goblins. It's just instead of having I'm lucky I got up onto that platform. Instead of having like a small number of intricate enemies with many different behaviors, they have a large number of much more simple enemies, and you have to dodge them all collectively. You know, you have to deal with them as a collective rather than as an individual unit. So in that case, you want to have randomization in the enemy positions and stuff as well, because if they have a very simple behavior, where they spawn in is going to make a big difference as to how the game plays, right? It's not like Grace and Glory jump off the tower and the cutscene ends, and they're always going to be in the exact same position after the cutscene ends. But in 2 seconds after that, you get like 1,000 people to play Bayonetta, and then you take a snapshot 5 seconds after the cutscene ends, and everybody's in a different position, right? The whole board has changed. But if you always spawn every enemy in the same place in something like Ghosts and Goblins, then it's gonna have much more similarity between those 1,000 players, right? So you want randomization, you want the plant to spit the ball at a different time, you want a certain enemy to appear randomly. It's okay to have some of them in fixed positions, but you know, you want some amount of randomization to what's going on as well. That was going well. Yeah, I'm having my moments in this boss. I don't think I'm playing terribly. It's just a fucking hard... It's a hard thing. It's funny how much harder it is than the actual last fight. Presumably there's a bit more on the second loop or something. I haven't actually beat the second loop yet. Platform went just a bit too high. The wind kicks in at just the right fucking time. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. Come on, man. Just want this to be over. Come on. That's it. Come on. No, you fucking don't. Yep, that's me gone. Nope. Okay. Oh my fucking god. That was just evil. There's no other word for that. That was just fucking evil. Yeah, the bats are overkill. The bats are fucking overkill. That was pure evil. That was pure fucking evil. That was the patient play there. Go all the way back to avoid that fireball. Look at that platform swinging into place to block it. Oh my god, man. Evil, evil game. Evil. I don't know. This is the kind of thing where I look back on the VOD and I wonder how I was playing so badly, even though I thought I was doing alright. Because I actually feel like I'm doing alright. I feel like I'm assessing the threats. I'm usually making the right call, or a right call. I don't know, man. Maybe I'll look back on it and just be like, it's like fucking drunk driving, you know, streaming while playing. I think maybe one thing that's going wrong is I'm changing platform too often in this final phase. It's like changing lane in the supermarket or something, you know? You think it's going to be faster and it turns out to be slower because by the time you've fallen down to the other platform, this thing is swung back. It's like they have a tighter, faster wobble in the last phase, so you're better off kind of sticking on one platform. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing wrong. I think maybe I'm just better off sticking where I am. Unless I have to move for obvious reasons, which is those. I'm focusing too much on dealing damage rather than avoiding it. Oh my god. Fucking sneaky bat. Oh my fucking god. Are you for real? Oh my god. Dude. I tried. I really tried, man. Does every fireball have bats at that point or what? You know? Is that random too? I gotta just focus on avoidance. That's the key, right? I feel like it's already going better. I need to just relax. Let it happen when it happens. If I can get shots in, I can get them in. Otherwise, it needs to be totally about just not getting hit. That's it. That's just the whole concern. And if I just don't get hit long enough, eventually I get enough hits in to kill him. I just need to stop thinking so aggressive. I need to stop thinking, okay, I have to try and get the fight over as fast as possible. Pure avoidance. That's the strategy. Pure avoidance. His head, if his head is there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. I'm not even really looking. I only got hit there because I wasn't sure if I could jump without touching the fireball. Just avoid, 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 avoid. Gonna spit bats at me now. Come on, where are they? That's not right, man. That's just not right. Just not right. I was actually thinking this when I was playing the game the other day, that one of the things I don't like about it is that there's bits where enemies spawn in and it looks like you should be able to hit them, but you can't until they're finished, like until they're ready to act. You can't do anything to them, you know? And I don't know. I mean, the game is hard enough already, like does the bat need to be invincible for fucking 5 seconds while it appears? You know? I don't think the bat needs to be invincible for 5 fucking seconds while it spawns in. There's still fucking 4 or 5 other ones that I'm gonna have to avoid. I could only kill like 1 or 2 before they become active anyway. You know? It's just another case of overkill. It's overkill. And there's nothing... There wasn't even anything to distinguish the bat and say, no, he can't be touched. He wasn't even grayed out like some enemies actually are. I mean, I don't know, go back and watch it, but it didn't look like that to me. It looked like he was ready to be killed. So I hinged my strategy on killing him and then jumping to the left. Looked like it was just a miss. I don't think it was a miss. I think that would have hit. If the bat was finished spawning in, I'm pretty sure that would have hit. The daggers have a pretty wide hitbox on them. Here we fucking go again. Are you serious? 2 waves at the same fucking time? I nearly got it. How come that one didn't sweep? The fuck? What's this guy's fucking problem, man? No, no, there's no trick. The bat is the trick. The bats are the trick. There's nothing after this. Man, if I somehow knew the exact threshold that he starts spawning bats, it would be worth not taking him into that until I'm ready to get a bunch of clean hits off on him. Thought that was going to be it. How many daggers does he take? Has anybody counted? I wonder how close I've been to beating him. I'd say the closest I've gotten is still probably something like 5 daggers away, if not more. I just haven't been getting good... I haven't been getting good, like, stretches of daggers into him on the last phase. I need to stay at least 3 blocks back so I have something to do if he lunges forward. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Jesus fucking Christ. I'll be back in a sec. Alright, let's go again. I think I've been at this guy for like an hour now. Amazing. The longer it goes on, the more things I find to be frustrated about. That's one of the problems here as well. Just I find the camera behavior frustrating as well. I jumped from one platform to another to try and get closer, but because the camera is set up in such a way that like you have to get closer to the middle of the screen before it'll start to move. The camera didn't actually end up shifting at all, or just barely, even though I'd ended up moving. Even though I had moved a lot, the camera barely shifted at all, so there was no point in me jumping. You know? There was no point in me jumping across the whole fucking platform because it doesn't allow me to hit his head. It just puts me in more danger without being able to hit him. But if it was further to the right on the screen, doing the same thing, jumping forward by one platform, would have had a much greater effect on the camera. There's just no real reason why. It's just totally arbitrary, you know? As far as, like, Arthur isn't aware of the camera. It's probably a good thing for him to be, you know, keeping that in mind. It's probably a good thing for him to be pushed all the way to the right side of the screen, because the camera... Am I thinking that right? Is it better for him to be on the left or the right? I'm not sure. This means that there must be some side of the screen that it's advantageous for him to be on, because the camera can't actually move away from him easily. The left side, I suppose. So the camera can't move any further left, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Who knows what I'm saying at this point? I can't believe I could have survived that. He just kept moving back there. What could I have done? I couldn't get any hits in. fuck's sake, man. Nah, that last attempt wasn't close. I didn't get any hits in at all in the third phase because he just kept fucking walking backwards. But look at that though. So many free hits. So many fucking free hits. It's insane. Oh my god. Dude. I was crouching. I'm not saying that should have saved me if the fireball touched me, but I don't know. I made the best call that I could. Look how zoomed out that camera is. Why does it zoom in again? Why? Do you think I won't be able to dodge fireballs if you zoom in? Do you think I'm not going to be able to see myself? If it just stayed fucking zoomed out, this shit'd be over already. Barely scraped it out there. Oh, get out of the fucking way. Jesus Christ. Come on. Here we go. No. It fucking... Man, they should definitely be... They should be fucking vulnerable while they're still just balls of flame, for God's sake. There's so many of them. Of course you should be allowed to pick a couple of them off while they're still vulnerable. That's fucked, man. That's totally fucked. It would still be insanely hard. That's the thing, like, if you could fucking kill them, even when they couldn't do anything, you would still have to put up with like 4 of them, no matter how good you are. You would still have to put up with at least 4 of them actually spawning and getting to do what they want to do. So why make it so that you have to fucking wait? It's really bad. It's really bad. The thing that annoys me about that is it just feels so arbitrary, you know? It's just so arbitrary. There's no reason for it. There's just no reason for it. And there's nothing visually, like... You know, you have to learn how long it takes them to spawn before you can actually kill one at the first possible instant. That's just fucking stupid, man. It's like what I was saying when I was streaming Metroid. Remember I was saying, like, there's skills I want to cultivate. I'm fine with cultivating. Okay, you dodge the fireballs on the platforms. Yeah. Okay, I want to cultivate that skill. I want to get better at that. I want to beat this boss, right? And there's other skills that just aren't worth learning. You know, it's not worth learning how long it takes a bat to spawn in and become vulnerable. Like, just like when I was doing that wall jump in Super Metroid, it's not worth learning how long a door transition in Super Metroid takes. It's just not a skill worth knowing. So, if something hinges on learning that, I'm going to be way less interested, you know? It's funny how you end up with all kinds of counterintuitive feelings as well when you play stuff. Like, he charged at me there, but I want him to charge at me because of the way the camera works. I want him to come over to the left side of the screen so I can move further back without losing sight of him. If I had been on that platform to the right, I would have got a ton of hits in. There. He might even be at bat level now already. Oh, come on. Nope, felt that one going wrong as it went wrong. Don't know, I feel like his hand should take reduced damage. I don't know about that. I think what it should do is it should be damageable, right? Without actually subtracting from his health bar, so that if you hit his hand enough times, it moves away for a second or two. That might be more enjoyable as well. So you're encouraged to try and stick in one position and get a bunch of hits in. You know, it would allow for aggressive... It would reward aggressive play a bit more than you're rewarded now, you know? So the hand doesn't actually take damage, but it goes away for a second. You just put it by his side if you get enough hits in. I don't know what I could have done there. That was just an extremely bad fucking line of projectiles. Falling down wasn't the right choice. Jumping wasn't the right choice. Staying still wasn't the right choice. I actually think that's one that's... I don't know how I could have avoided that. Someone fucking timestamp this in the comments, will you? So I can review it? Because I really don't think I could have done anything there. I'm not sure. My gut tells me I couldn't have done anything. Suppose the real answer is, you know, stay further back, be more passive. I don't know. I'm not sure what I could have done there. There was something below me, above me, and right next to me. He's definitely going to be throwing bats now. Maybe not. Okay. It's kind of good, but it also means he's not even close to being dead. Oh, thank fuck. See, the sad thing though, this is the problem, is that I don't even really feel good about it, because I didn't get bats, right? I know how bad it can be. It feels more like luck there, you know? I'm not saying it was no skill, right? It's a hard fight no matter how it goes. I don't want to totally sell myself short on it. But I know that luck is a large factor in it as well, and how easy it's going to be to beat that guy. So it doesn't even really feel that satisfying when you're done, you know? Yeah, I think that's one way of putting it. I mean, yeah. Like, it wasn't just the bats that were killing me. I mean, he killed me plenty of times without using the bats at all. But I didn't get a chance to beat the bats, you know? And actually, like, there's many, if you rewind and watch all of them, there's many attempts at that boss where I actually played better than that, I think. You know, there's ones where I dodged like 3 waves of bats or something. It was like the 3rd wave of bats that took me out. That's way harder than what I did to actually, quote-unquote, beat him. You know? Yeah, it's not as satisfying beating the challenging part if I didn't beat the challenge. Yeah, but even worse than that, it's like, I know for a fact I played that boss better on attempts where I didn't beat him than the attempt where I did. You know? That's what really sucks about it. It's just like, yeah, now you get to advance for no fucking reason. Like, I had a chance, you know, it should be rewarding you for doing it right, you know? I don't know. It's like, it's hard to like sit outside yourself and watch your own play while you're playing, you know, and streaming as well. But I do feel like if I was to put it back, I would go, yeah, I played better on that attempt, I did more on that attempt, I did more on that attempt, you know. I'd say there was at least 3 or 4 attempts where I did better than the one where I actually won, which is not ideal. We can all agree on that, right? There we go. 46 deaths. I think I actually had more on the second stage in the last stream, did I? I had around that many in the second stage. But some of those deaths they take a long time because he just fucking disappears off screen for 2 minutes. Alright. Now I can play an actual stage, I can have fun again. I need to change the brightness on my TV. Your brightness settings actually really matter in this game because of Because of levels like this. Hang on, give me a second. No, don't do a fucking... Oh. Piss off. Fuck off. Fucking TV. Everything okay on your end? Stream is okay, right? Okay, let's give that a go. Right. The new Castlevania collection worth it? I don't know, I haven't played the GBA games myself. Thought I killed him. I think they take a little bit more. They take an extra hit on this go around or something. Maybe I only hit him once. Those big tall guys, they generally take a headshot and another shot. You deal extra damage with a headshot. I've played a little bit of Advance Wars, not much. I think I would prefer it to Fire Emblem because of the lack of RPG stuff. I think I'd prefer to just have the turn-based strategy without all the RPG mechanics, you know? Equipping people with stuff and all that. I think there's a chest around here somewhere, but I don't remember where. Are they in the same place as the first loop? Don't remember. I think there's one up there, but I'm not going to go back for it. Fuck! Didn't see him at all. I don't know why I killed that fan. Or get this chest. I need to just ignore them. Need to learn where all the chests are. Oh, there, what was that? I don't know if it was a chest or a wisp, I can't see. It was a chest. I don't know what's in it, so I have to be careful. Okay, just a wisp. That could have been a weapon in the jar, that would have been really bad. That's why I was hesitating there. I'm gonna try the other shadow stage first. I think I like this one more than the other one, but I don't seem to be doing very well at it. I don't really like the new enemies that are introduced in this one. There's some new enemies you'll see now. They're kind of a hassle. They're not too bad if you take it slow, I suppose. Lucky that guy on the right didn't get me there. At least they can't spawn endlessly as well. They're in a fixed place. See there, look at that. You know? Come on, man. Yeah, I'm not going for it. I don't even use the wisps anyway. They're just so tempting to get. Alright, what do we do here? I have to jump and kill this thing first. Right. Could be armor in here, that's the thing. Okay, there we go. Nope. I was trying to jump back on top of it. I don't know what I hoped to do there. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna beat the second loop on this stream now. Because I've never played this stuff on stream, so thought I'll give it a go. If I stream again, I'll probably start from scratch and just try and get through the game more quickly next time. It was really just that last boss slowed me down. I was really happy with how it was going up until then. But it went really smooth up until then. That thing just burned me out, so that's why I'm quiet. I'm out of energy now. So I don't know how talkative I'm going to be from here on. Okay, I've gotten 3 chests now, so I might be able to get gold armor out of the next one. I don't... What the oh, fuck. Forgot about that. That's really cool. I don't know which parts of those big pole guys actually acts as a hitbox, is the other thing. Oh, fuck, I forgot to kill this thing. It's obviously worth trying for. I wonder if I can probably, if I do this right, do it like that. Nice. upwards, obviously. Alright, whatever. Oh, I thought for sure that would be moving up by then. That was stupid of me. Things aren't so bad if you just... Every time I'm about to say something's not so bad, just get fucking... They're not so bad if you place your shots. If you're spamming shots, you probably won't be able to get 2 shots off on them. But if you just time them right, you can get them. Is what I'm saying. What happens? That I was just about to ask. That guy will pop out. So all of these guys can pop out if I stand on it for too long, presumably. I gotta get out of the habit of shooting that thing, there's no point. Alright, pretty good. I think if you can get past the start, the other stage is kind of easier, so it's nice that I'm making progress in this one. If I remember them right, anyway. The candle bit at the start of the other stage is really hard, though. What do I want to do about this thing? Cool. Yeah, whatever. I'll take that. Oh, I don't remember these red crows. I don't know what the fuck is the story here. All right. I don't even remember what changes about this part of the level. Hopefully it's not too much worse. Man, I don't remember this at all. Well, it seems like these things are way more likely to stop. I think that maybe they've all stopped. Man, this is brutal. I don't remember this bit. Oof. It's a good one. I think it's gone off screen. I think it was Dan said, when will Rain World get a god mode so I can experience what it's like to be a slug cat? It's a good one. Yeah, I got too annoyed at the auto-scroller in the third Dark World stage. That's where I basically left my original save file. Decided I'd just play the normal mode instead for now anyway. So I haven't seen the eyeball one either. Can't imagine it's pretty. Oh! Look at that. Oh, I only got one. Seriously? Impatience gets me again. I don't know whether it's worth actually trying to kill those guys or not. I presume it kind of frees up the ability for a new one to spawn. Alright. Please don't jump up. Oh, come on. Oh, no. I can't get out of that. You're for real. Alright. If you're ever saying to yourself, please enemy, don't do thing, you've already lost. Oh, I have to break that thing to make the jump. Please don't do the thing. No, I'm gonna do it. It's Ghosts and Goblins after all. Seems like these things always stop if you try and jump over them now. This chest up here might have armor in it this time, because I got hit. Come on, where are you? He's a really annoying spawn, that plant, because it's hard to hit. It's really hard to hit. Every time I got away with it in the past attempts, but every time I ran under him to shoot daggers, that could have happened. He could have just snapped at me. Just taking a risk. If you want to do that and ensure you're not going to get hit, then you just have to back away. Try and make him snap at me, that's the goal. There must be a cooldown on that as well. I say must, but probably not. But there probably isn't. There might be a cooldown on that move though where you can't do it. Oh my god, how that has not happened at all. That was my fucking thumb slipped onto the jump button as I was shooting. I was spamming the shoot button. Don't jump, bro. Don't jump. Don't jump, bro. Oh! My god, fuck off! Alright. Alright. Baited into the snap. Don't snap at me, bro. Yeah. Now we're getting it. Now we're getting it. Okay, so how do I tackle this bit? I think... Yeah, it does annoy me that Ghosts and Goblins has 0 weapon balance. I've talked about it though. Ah, for fuck's sake. Jesus. Come on. my god. Okay. I wanted to clear that guy out so he couldn't jump up. That was the whole divergence there. That's what that was all about. That was the plan. It wasn't the plan to lose my armor. Honestly, maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Because he was in a really awkward place and I feel like he wants to jump at me. Oh man, that's an insanely evil placement for that plant. That is just absurdly evil. Oh god, that's absurdly evil. I kind of love it. I kind of love it. That's the kind of level design I like in this game. But that's evil. That's really evil. Sure, I need to write that one down. That's sheer evil. It's right when you're in the cage. That's when it appears on screen, you know? Oh! Oh, that's an extremely important find. Okay. Now I might... Oh, no, 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 no. Whoa. What the... No! Okay, so there's another chest there. That's extremely important. There might be gold in this now. I actually want to be in this cage because it's safer from this big guy. Oh no. Oh no, no. Come on, no. Okay. Okay, arguably worth it. Arguably. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it straight away. Oh no. Oh no, come on. What do I need to do here? It's either climb the ladder or jump over him in the cage. I don't know what's the better call. Ah! Ladder. Everybody's saying ladder after I've already lost, yeah. Yeah. I should have read the chat. But this guy is going to jump up and get me, that's the problem. I need to spawn the big guy and run away from him. I don't know when he spawns though. Look how evil that plant is. That's just sheer evil, man. Yeah, that guy wants to jump up to me. He nearly jumped up to me there. I could feel it. Okay, I'm just gonna pelt it now and hope he doesn't get me on the way up. Alright. I like that the bridge is already broken from the last loop. I forgot about that. Okay. Oh! Chest. Okay. It's good to remember. Oh no. Oh no, fuck off. Okay, it's tempting to run, yeah, but there's gonna be stuff to catch me if I run. Oh. Oh. Okay, well I found 2 new chests, so that's really good. That's really good. I didn't know about those 2 chests. Okay, 2 chests, so we can probably, we might even still be able to get gold armor out of this. Yeah, that's okay. I was, the way that landed, I was going to be forced to pick up that weapon anyway, so fuck that. That's okay. Do you think the devs did the evil laugh placing all those plants? Maybe, yeah. That plant in the corner is sheer evil. Whoever put that there had a great fucking time, let me tell you. Sheer evil. Shouldn't have jumped there because that could have been a weapon inside the pot. So I got lucky that it wasn't. I'm having fun again. That's nice. I thought that was going to be a 3-segmented vine thing. Didn't know it was going to be 2. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Splatoon 3. I'm not excited about it or anything, but I imagine I'll play it and have a good time. I think I've said this before, but considering it's a Nintendo game, especially, Splatoon is weirdly underrated, I think. It's a good game, it's a good shooter. It's fun. It's got like a nice gimmick to it and a bit of depth to it, you know? I forgot about that chest. I want to get it. This might get me killed, but that's worth it. That's definitely worth it. Alright. We're back in the game. Got my game suit on. And this probably isn't going to be gold, which means I don't have to go down to get it. Oh, it is! Interesting. Is there a way to just about... Oh! Oh, that's cheesy. Oh, that was cheesy of me. But whatever, the game's cruel enough to me. Yep. Talk about Bayo 3. I already did. I don't know what else is left to be said. It's just so evil. It's just so astonishingly evil to have a plant there. It's crazy. Get some revenge. Yeah. Oh well. Hey, coming into this section where armor is not fucking bad. That's not bad. That's not a bad outcome at all. Right, so what's the... Okay. What's the plan here? Is to get this guy to spawn and take him out here. Now what? Oh, there it goes. The ladder. Killed by the ladder. Killed by the ladder. The ladder fucking killed me. I hate that, man. I fucking hate that. Just trying to crouch to throw a dagger at the guy. Hate it. Alright, I think I'm going to finish up soon. I'm tempted to play longer because I only got to the back half of the game. Well, because I got stuck on that boss so long, but I can't see it getting much better from here. I'll keep trying to beat this level for a while, but I think I'll throw in the towel soon enough. I don't think the music is anything remarkable in this, no. It's okay. But it's mostly, or maybe entirely, just remixes of some stuff. And not particularly amazing remixes or anything, you know? I don't know, it's okay. It's not one of the game's strengths though, I would say. Don't you go insane listening to this track? No, because I don't have sound right now, so... You're the only one listening to it, I'm not listening to it. Lucky to get away with that. How come that didn't spawn the thing? Come on. What the fuck? Do I have to jump straight up? Yeah, it's supposed to be your reward for jumping straight up off that thing. Okay, I think this should be gold armor now then. Yep. Okay, let's see if I can pull off my heist again. That guy's gonna jump up to me. Ah. Oh, come on. I was reading the chat there. Yeah, I've thought about doing a recommendation list. I don't know. I'm sure you could guess a lot of them by now anyway. I mean, I've done a bunch of recommendation videos. I just prefer to try and get it right, you know, what I'm going to say about a game. Because I don't think it means much to just say, oh yeah, I think this game is good. You know? Because I have a pretty broad range of stuff that I enjoy, so... I mean, like if you go, oh, I played Alien Soldier and I really like that. And I go, oh yeah, I like the... I don't know, I like the Zachtronics games. You know, or, you know, I like Riven, right? It's not going to be like... The two aren't correlated with each other, you know? You don't necessarily have to like one if you're going to like the other. So... oh, it's over. It's over. Honestly tempted just to call it there. I don't know, man. I don't want to... I'm not dealing with this. I'll go back to the map. I'll try the other stage a couple more times and then we'll call it. I'm not putting up with that. There's got to be like 6 or 7 videos just from the main channel. Oh my god, that doesn't count. God, it's so awful. Yeah, I'm really not in the mood to play until I get a weapon. I don't know, I think I'll just call it there. I should have retried stage. Apparently you have to retry stage and then quit out of the map. Terrible. I mean, just look how bad this is. It's so fucking bad. It's just a timer. It says you're not allowed to have fun until you get another weapon. Who actually wants to play the game with this fucking weapon? Anyone? Does anyone want to play the game with this weapon? Come on, man. Alright. Are we talking about recommendations? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely stuff that I haven't even... I think there's games I haven't even mentioned on the main channel that I would recommend, like the new Prey, you know? Well, by new one, I mean 2017. Not that I dislike the old one, I haven't played that one. Where was the... Here we go. But I think a lot of them are evident, you know? I had a very tiny Alien Soldier recommendation written, but after the micro videos thing, I don't think you need it. I think if you watch both of those micro videos and you go, oh okay, he thinks pretty highly of Alien Soldier, you know, which is either enough to count as a recommendation or not. I don't know. Maybe it'd be nice to have it all in one place though. Thought I jumped to the right there. Still at it, Talbot. Still at it. Not for much longer, though. I've lost my daggers. It's all over. Need the goblin daggers. This might have regular armor in it now that I've lost my armor. Maybe. Wishful thinking, but... No, I haven't played Deathloop. My PC is in its death throes, so... I'm not going to play it on console. I'm not going to play it with a controller. Apparently, even if I had a fucking top of the range computer, it would still be stuttering or something anyway. So, give that one a while. I like the Moon Crash DLC, so I suspect I'll like it. I was trying to jump over him and throw downwards. Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame. It's de nouveau, is it? Hmm. Hello, daggers, my old friend. Thank fuck. They're just so much more satisfying than every other weapon. I mean, it's partly because they are the best weapon, but also just the speed of them and the rate. Like, it's just more satisfying as well, I think. Even if they were worse, they would still be a more satisfying weapon somehow. Like, if their damage was shit compared to the spear, they would still be a very satisfying weapon to use just because of the speed and rate that they come out, you know? So on top of being the best, they have that going for them as well. I didn't see it until it was too late. What is it that sets these off? I can't remember. You have to go across these things, or you're fucked. I don't know how to deal with those pigmen with the fucking hammer. If I crouched, I might have got him. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. I would play more. I was happy. I was looking forward to playing a bit more when I had the daggers again, but no, I'm not doing it with the hammer. Yeah, it's time to stop. I still want to keep playing, but I just who knows how long it's gonna take to get the dagger. It could be 1 minute. It could be fucking 15. So I'm gonna call it there. Hope you all had a good time. Felt like I was very quiet in the back half, so apologies if you were tuning in for that. I don't know what else to say about the Nintendo Direct though. It was pretty good overall, I would say. So, you know, looking forward to playing Bayo. Giving it a shot, seeing how it turns out. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you had a good time. Would you mod out weapon swaps in your ideal version of Ghosts and Goblins? Maybe. I've said this before. I'll just say it again briefly. I think, like, you know, if you want to argue that part of the game is having a danger be in the pots, fair enough. It's kind of an interesting mechanic, actually. I don't know any other games that really do this, to just randomly slap a thing onto an enemy that creates a thing when they, a zone of thing when they, like, there's certain enemies that do that in games, but to just randomly slap it on any enemy in the game is kind of interesting. But I would rather it just did damage, just took your armor, you know, something like that. Just get the punishment over with. Fair enough, if I make a mistake, you know, if I don't react fast enough, if I don't think ahead, alright, cool. But it's this massive delay between getting to have fun again that I don't like. It's just now I'm waiting on the weapon roulette to let me have fun again. Yeah. Wouldn't be so bad if the other weapons were fun, but they're just not. I don't know anybody who wants to play with anything but the dagger. So yeah. Anyway, if I stream it again, I'll be starting from the start again, so look forward to that. Probably get stuck on that boss again for an hour. But I'd like to, I don't know about the second loop, but I'd like to someday be able to beat the first loop without dying. I think that would be fun. That's a fun challenge. So, can you give it a shot? There isn't a dagger only mod. It would be very easy to make one with Cheat Engine anyway. But there is a skill you can get on the tree that lets you pick up several weapons, which means if you pick up a bad weapon, you can just swap back to the daggers. So I have used that in the past, but there's an allure in just going, I'm not going to use any wisps at all, you know? It's kind of an allure to that rather than going, oh, I'm going to go into this specific part of the tree just to get this skill so that the game doesn't fuck me over for 15 minutes. But yeah. I mean all stages, yeah. I would rather do them all. And not just... you can skip 2 stages because there's non-linearity at the start with the first 2 sets of stages. But yeah, I'd like to just do them all. More fun, isn't it? That desert stage, though. It's a real thorn in my side. Anyway. Had fun for the most part. I'm really happy with how all the stages went. It's a shame I got stuck on that boss. And I hope I don't know, I hope I had some good thoughts in there somewhere. I don't know if I did. I feel like there was more to talk about with the direct and all, but whatever. Yeah, dragging it out. I'll see you all again soon, maybe. I'll turn the stream off, look down at my watch and say, oh, I haven't streamed in a while, and a month will have gone by, and then I'll stream again, alright? Yeah, I'll see you all around. Hope you had fun. I'll see you next time. Bye bye, everybody. Bye bye. Bye bye.